10:15. The House will stand at ease until 10:15.
The hour of convening having arrived, all members will please report to the floor and take your seats. All members of this House will please report to the floor and take your seats. The clerk will ring the bell. All members will take your seats. Report to the chamber. We are about to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. Doorkeepers will please close the doors and keep them closed. Well, good morning. Hope everyone's healthy and doing well this morning and dodging the raindrops here in Georgia today. We will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the lady from the 113th House District, Representative Sharon Henderson. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to the House of Representatives. My name is Pastor Sharon Henderson. It gives me great pleasure and an honor this morning to introduce our chaplain of the day. Our chaplain of the day is Representative Pastor Carl Wayne Scott Gillard of the 167th District. When I asked Pastor Gillard to speak, I knew he was a man of God, but I did not know he had such a rich, profound background and resume. We work around our colleagues daily, but we may not get to know them that well. So we need to get to know our counterparts, whether they be Democrats or Republicans. Therefore, I'm going to ask you, did you know certain things about this man of God? A few of his rich background accolades I'm going to share with you. Did you know Representative Gillard is the pastor of the Family Life Center in Savannah, Georgia? Did you know Representative Gillard is the founder of Savannah Feed the Hungry? Now Feed the Hungry that he organized has served in 10 cities in Georgia and 4 in South Carolina, feeding over 1.5 million meals served to families. Did you know Representative Gillard is a filmmaker and has made 2 film documentaries, and it's on national radio documentary entitled The Last Days of the King. There are many aspiring work that he is doing in the state of Georgia representing Savannah. Last but not least, he is the father of 4 beautiful daughters, and his wife, LaShonda Gillard, has been married for 26 years. So therefore, House of Representatives, I would like for you to join me, if you would be so kind, by standing and putting your hands together and praising God for our colleague, our brother, our co-worker, our friend, our Pastor Carl Gillard. Would you just put your hands together for him, please?
Thank you, Representative and Pastor Henderson. To someone that I met about 6 years ago that says, I feel you're going to be my friend. And I said, I feel you're going to be my speaker. To the Speaker of this House, to my brothers and sisters of the Georgia General Assembly, let me say, oh, magnify the Lord with me. Let us exalt his name together. I double dare you to stand to your feet. Don't act cute. Put your hands together and give God the praise in this house. Come on in this house. If he's been good to you, you need to be giving him some praise. If he has woke you up this morning, you need to say thank you. Oh, magnify the Lord with me. David wrote a song, Psalm 34. He said, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praises shall continually, over and over and over again. I want to digress for a minute to give you this word today that is downloaded in my spirit. That in the year of September the 11th, we all remember September the 11th, 9/11. And we remember the atrocity in our country. And we remember that the leadership, congressmen and senators and those that were in leadership got together on the steps and they said, God bless America. Well, I tend to digress back to that because I think we have another word in 2022. And if Al Williams would raise his finger if he were here, if Dean Smiley, I know he'd raise his finger. God bless America. America needs to bless God. We are in this defining moment where there's a Democratic Party and there's a Republican Party. But I just want to ask some incognito deacons and ministers of the gospel, anybody in the Holy Ghost party on today? Anybody that's not ashamed of the gospel? I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes we walk around like we all that in a bag of chips and we want to bless ourselves. Look at what I did and look at what I've done. And if it wasn't for me, but I'm reminded that there's someone that's greater than you and me that is able to bless you at all times. There's someone that is able to give you power. Now, if I gave you my glasses today, you would be able to see or not see some precarious things. If I took your glasses, Chairman Rich, I might not be able to see the same things that you see. But I've learned, the Bible says, write the vision and make it plain. Though the vision may tarry, it will come to pass. What we need is some vision. And if we got vision and we exalt God, then he will give us provision. Can I just talk to a few people today that won't say, bless my soul, but you will say, God, bless America. America needs to bless God. Well, how do we bless God? We bless him 4 ways on today. Number 1, how many of you know the Lord? Oh yeah, if you knew him, you'd be smiling right now. Because the joy of the Lord should be your strength. How many of you are taking time to have a relationship with God Almighty himself? Are you hearing me today? Years ago when I came here, Mr. Speaker, and we talked about 202,000 blind citizens that their children were being taken away, I remember putting the bill in and they said that'll never get passed. But the God I serve showed me like a VCR what would happen. And he said, Carl, it will come to pass. You know why it came to pass, Karen? Because I bless the Lord at all times. Are you hearing me today? I remember sitting up there and filing the bill for the citizen arrest repeal, and they said it would never come to pass. But I remember the day that the bill was signed, I remember being at home in surgery, Mr. Speaker. I was in surgery and almost died that day. That's why I wasn't here. But see, in the middle of the hospital bed, when I couldn't be there for the signature, I was reminded, Representative Henderson and Representative Hughley, it wasn't about Carl. It was about God getting his glory, because God said it will come to pass. So how do we bless God? We bless God with our reasonable service. How many of you are serving God on today? How many of you have served God instead of serving yourselves? How many of you taking a minute to say, God, what can I do for the least of thee? Why do we feed people? Why do we feed the working poor? Why do we get people on their feet? Why do we get 244 people into houses? Why do we open up a center to get people's credit on the right path? Why do we bless people come into reentry and get them into being returning citizens? Because we're just doing our reasonable service. Can I just talk to you for a minute? The third thing that you can do to bless God is you need to let him know that you care. And how do you let him know that you care? Greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. I will bless the Lord at all times. If you bless him and you care, you will know that in the 8th verse of the 30 of that scripture, David says, oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. How many of you know that if you know that God is good, you be sitting up here clapping your hands at all times? My seatmate, Mr. Speaker, we have church every Sunday. Me and Noel, we get over there and we just exalt the Lord, and we don't care who watches us. We're going to say thank you. Are you with me today? The last thing that you can do if you want to bless God, you need to tell him thank you. Over 2 years of COVID, 800,000 people lost their lives. We stand up here every other morning saying so-and-so left here. Many of you have had loved ones that you have lost that have gone on to glory. I double dare you, triple dare you today to get up off of your posteriors and say, thank you for blessing me to have that person in my life. Thank you for allowing me to be here with that person. Thank you for allowing them to have been with me. I just want to thank you for making it through when I couldn't make it through, when I didn't see my way through. Lord, I just want to thank you. God bless America. America needs to bless God. Thank you is a powerful word, but you can't say thank you if you don't have love. Dr. King talked about the power to love. Are you with me today? Oh, many of you are caught up on your bills and caught up on your situations. And Brother Donahue, if we just say the power to love somebody, are you with me today? Look at your neighbor and say, where is the love? Yeah, some of y'all loving your phones right now. You don't want to love anything else. Love somebody today. Love your neighbor today. Love your enemies today. Love your family today. Love your leadership today. Love your city today. Love your country today. But most of all, if you stand to your feet, you can love God. God bless America. America needs to bless God. As we stand to our feet today, I just want to break a little program, Mr. Speaker, because I know that in the CME church and the AME church and the Baptist church, and even Reverend Kendricks even says with Motivational Mondays to thank God. So I'm reminded that there's a song, Mr. Speaker, saying, thank you, Lord. Y'all remember that song? Thank you, Lord. Come on, under the mask, I want to hear some tenors and sopranos. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Now here's a verse for you, Majority Leader. He's been so good. Are y'all hearing me today, Leader? He's been so good. Come on, Chairman Mitchell, help me with this part. He's been so good. I just want to thank you. Father, we thank you right now. We bless your name today. Above every name that has power, you have power, El Shaddai. Jehovah Jireh, you have power on today. El Nisi, you have power on today. And Lord, we just want to say thank you. A few of your children have gathered together in this assembly We've gathered in this body today to pause for a minute and just say thank you on today. Thank you for putting the 91st song of protection over our families. Thank you today, he that dwelled in the secret place of the Most High. Thank you for allowing us to trust in you with all our heart and lean not to our own understandings. Thank you today for being the light and our salvation. Whom shall we fear? Thank you today for fret not thyself because of evildoers, because they will be cut down like grass. Thank you today for being that light to our lives. Thank you for our families. Thank you for putting up with our pocketbooks and our bank accounts and giving us a Deuteronomy 8:18 experience, the power to have wealth. Thank you today for covering this house of representatives, all of the servants that are in this house. Thank you today for waking us up on today. Thank you, Lord, for healing us in the midst of every illness, in the midst of every disease. Thank you for healing us on today, Lord. But most of all, just thank you for being in our presence today, Lord. We just want to say thank you for walking with us, for talking to us, for being able to lay hands on us, God. We just want to say thank you. And we give you praises on today and honor and glory. And it is in your Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen, amen, and amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Doorkeepers will unlock the doors. The chaplain will be greeting members in the South Anteroom, beginning now. South Anteroom. Representative Williams, did I understand our chaplain to say that he and you had been having church over there while we're trying to conduct business here? I understand. Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal of the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we have two lives, and the second begins when we realize we have only one, Confucius.
Chairman Hogan, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. The clerk will read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day.
Mr. Burns, on the 59th, moves following be established as the order of business in the first part of the period, unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions. Second reading of bills and resolutions. Reports of standing committees. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1155 by Representative Barton of the 5th. The bill be titled an act to amend an act providing for the office commissioner of Gordon County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1156 by Representative Hatchett of the 150th, bill being titled an act to amend the act creating the Board of Commissioners of Johnson County.
Intergovernmental
House Bill
coordination.
1157 by Representative Hatchett of the 150th, bill being titled an act to amend the act providing for reapportionment or redistricting of the districts from.
Intergovernmental
House
coordination.
Bill 1158 by Representative Carson of the 46th, Irwin of the 28th, Jaspers of the 11th, Cantrell of the 22nd, Setzler of the 35th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 1, Chapter 7 of Title 19 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding parent and child.
Education.
House Bill 1159 by Representative Green of the 151st, bill be titled an act to amend an act increasing the numbers of commissioners of roads and revenues for the county of Calhoun.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1160 by Representative Green of the 151st, bill be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Clay County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1161 by Representative Green of the 151st, bill be titled an act to amend an act reconstituting the Board of Education of Clay County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1162 by Representative Pruitt of the 149th, bill be titled an act to amend an act reapportioning the election districts of the Board of Education of Telfair County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1163 by Representative Pruitt of the 149th, bill be titled an act to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Dodge County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1164 by Representative Pruitt of the 149th, bill be titled an act to amend an act creating the Office of Commissioner of Dodge County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1165 by Representative Pruitt of the 149th, bill be titled an act to amend an act providing for the composition of the Board of Education of Wheeler County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1166 by Representative Yurt of the 152nd, bill be titled an act to amend an act reconstituting the Board of Education of Lee County.
Intergovernmental
House
coordination.
Bill 1167 by Representative Rose of the 120th, bill be titled an act to amend an act reconstituting the Board of Education of Telfair County.
Intergovernmental
House
coordination.
Bill 1168 by Representative Perkle of the 155th, a bill be titled an act to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Turner County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1169 by Representative Perkle of the 155th, bill be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Turner County.
Intergovernmental
House
coordination.
Bill 1170 by Representative Taylor of the 173rd, LaHood of the 175th, and Watson of the 172nd, bill be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Thomas County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1171 by Representative Dickey of the 140th, Washburn of the 141st, Holmes of the 129th, bill be titled an act to amend an act to reconstitute the Board of Education of Monroe County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1172 by Representative Dickey of the 140th, Washburn of the 141st, Holmes of the 129th, bill be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Roads and Revenues for the County of Monroe.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1173 by Representative Belton of the 112th, bill be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Morgan County.
Intergovernmental
House
coordination.
Bill 1174 by Representative Belton of the 112th, bill be titled an act to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Morgan County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 1175 by Representative Perkle of the 155th, Campbell of the 131st, Campbell of the 171st, and Jenkins of the 132nd. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 26 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to standards, labeling, and adulteration of foods.
Agriculture and consumer affairs.
House Bill 1176 by Representative Perkle of the 155th, and Clark of the 147th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to selling and other trade practices.
Agriculture and consumer affairs.
House Bill 1177 by Representative Basemore of the 63rd, Beverly of the 143rd, Bennett of the 94th, Williams of the 37th, Hughley of the 136th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions of labor and industrial relations.
Industry and labor.
House Bill 1178 by Representative Bonner of the 72nd, Jones of the 47th, Dubnik of the 29th, Irwin of the 28th, Wade of the 9th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 5, Article 16 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to review and removal of students in elementary and secondary education.
Education.
House Bill 1179 by Representative McLeod of the 105th, Alexander of the 66th, Mitchell of the 88th, Kendrick of the 93rd, Scott of the 76th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 1 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to holidays and observances.
Election integrity.
House Bill 1180 by Representative Corbett of the 174th, Jaspers of the 11th, Watson of the 172nd, England of the 116th, Taylor of the 173rd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 8, Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to regional commissions.
Governmental affairs.
House Bill 1181 by Representative Jackson, the 64th, Dreyer of the 59th, Bazemore of the 63rd, Bruce of the 61st, Thomas of the 65th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 62 and Title 36, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to developmental authorities.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 1182 by Representative Taylor, 173rd and Campbell, 171st. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 3693, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to sale or disposition of county real property.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 1183 by Representative Gunner of the 8th, Lumsden of the 12th, Scoggins of the 14th, Smith of the 18th, Kelly of the 16th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 6 and Title 17, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to bond and recognizance.
Judiciary Non-Civil.
House Bill 1184 by Representative Williams, the 168th, Administration of the 104th, Hogan of the 179th, Smyrie, the 135th, Gaines, the 117th. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 12, Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to effectiveness of educational programs.
Education.
House Bill 1185 by Representative Lewis Ward of the 109th, Beverly, the 143rd, Bennett of the 94th, and Drennan of the 85th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 29-422, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to decisions on wards' well-being.
Juvenile Justice.
House Bill 1186 by Representative Houston of the 170th, Dubnik of the 29th, Erwin of the 28th, Cooper of the 43rd, Lott of the 122nd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 44, Title 43, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to state speech language pathology.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1187 by Representative Williams, the 148th, Gravely, the 67th, Corbett of the 174th, Gamble of the 15th, Rose, the 120th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 4883, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 1188 by Representative Lott of the 122nd, Gravely, the 67th, Bazemore of the 63rd, Smith of the 18th, Momptown of the 17th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 166-4, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to child molestation and aggravated
Judiciary
child
Non-Civil.
House Bill 1189 by Representative Williamson of the 115th, Kelly the 16th. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, Title 48, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the imposition rate, computation exemptions, and credits.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 1190 by Representative Scoggins the 14th, Campbell the 15th, Kelly the 16th. Bill be titled an act to amend the act providing for the Board of Education in Bartow County.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 1191 by Representative Smith of the 18th. Bill be titled an act to authorize the municipal court of the city of Bremen to charge
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 1192 by Representative Cooper the 43rd, Parrish the 158th, and Olowitz the 42nd, Hawkins the 27th, Gaines the 117th. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 7, Chapter 4, Title 49, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to medical assistance generally.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1193 by Representative Gamble the 15th, Smith the 18th, Bentley the 139th, Mathis the 144th, Williams the 145th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 1, Chapter 18 to Title 43, the official code of Georgia annotated licenses for funeral directors.
Regulated Industries.
House Resolution 683 by Representative Green, the 151st, Donahue the 30th, Perkle the 155th, a resolution authorizing the granting of non-exclusive easements.
State Properties.
House Resolution 684 by Representative Kelly the 16th, Smith the 18th, Gravely the 67th. A resolution honoring the life and memory of Judge Dan P.
Transportation.
Swing. House Resolution 685 by Representative Williamson of the 115th. A resolution honoring the life and memory of Sergeant James Terry Savage.
Transportation.
House Resolution 686 by Representative Watson of the 172nd, Burns the 159th, Brookner of the 137th, Corbin of the 174th, Hatchett of the 150th. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution.
Ways and Means.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1097 by Representative Jenkins of the 132nd, a bill to amend an act to reconstitute the Meriwether County Board of Education. House Bill 1098 by Representative Jenkins of the 132nd, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Meriwether County. House Bill 1099 by Representative Hatchett of the 150th, a bill to amend an act providing method of election of the members of the Board of Education of Lorenz County. House Bill 1100 by Representative Hatchett of the 150th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Lorenz County. House Bill 1101 by Representative Green of the 151st, a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from Early County School District ad valorem taxes. House Bill 1102 by Representative Green of the 151st, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Early County. House Bill 1103 by Representative Chokas of the 138th, Stevens of the 164th, Green of the 151st, Williams of the 145th, Hawkins of the 27th, and others, a bill relating to separately stated fees and rental agreement. House Bill 1104 by Representative Houston of the 170th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Cook County. House Bill 1105 by Representative Houston of the 170th, a bill to amend an act creating the Cook County Board of Education. House Bill 1106 by Representative Williams of the 148th and Hogan of the 179th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Wilcox County. House Bill 1107 by Representative Williams of the 148th, Hogan of the 179th, Stevens of the 164th, Dollar of the 45th, a bill to provide that future elections for the office of probate judge of Crisp County shall be nonpartisan elections. House Bill 1108 by Representative Rhodes of the 120th and Williams of the 145th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Putnam County. House Bill 1109 by Representative Mathiak of the 73rd, Knight of the 130th, a bill to amend an act establishing the Griffin-Spalding County School System Board of Education. House Bill 1110 by Representative Mathiak of the 73rd and Knight of the 130th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Spalding County. House Bill 1111 by Representative Meeks of the 178th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Pierce County. House Bill 1112 by Representative Meeks of the 178th, a bill to amend an act providing for the compensation and selection of the Board of Education of Pierce County. House Bill 1113 by Representative Perkle of the 155th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Ben Hill County. House Bill 1114 by Representative Benson of the 31st and Gaines of the 117th, a bill to amend an act to reconstitute the law governing the Jackson County school system. House Bill 1115 by Representative Benton of the 31st, a bill to amend an act providing a new charter for the City of Commerce. House Bill 1116 by Representative Benton of the 31st and Gaines of the 117th, a bill to amend an act entitled An Act to Create a Board of County Commissioners for the County of Jackson. House Bill 1117 by Representative Stevens of the 164th, Petrie of the 166th, Tankersley of the 160th, a bill to authorize the assessment and collection of technology fee by the State Court of Bryan County. House Bill 1118 by Representative Ballinger of the 23rd, Cantrell of the 22nd, Byrd of the 20th, Carson of the 46th, Thomas of the 21st, a bill to amend an act providing a number of positions of membership of the Cherokee County Board of Education. House Bill 1119 by Representative Campbell of the 171st and Taylor of the 173rd, a bill to amend an act relating to the Board of Commissioners of Decatur County. House Bill 1120 by Representative Howard of the 124th, Prince of the 127th, Frazier of the 126th, and Nelson of the 125th, a bill to amend an act providing for the consolidation of Richmond County and the City of Augusta. House Bill 1121 by Representative Howard of the 124th, Prince of the 127th, Frazier of the 126th, Nelson of the 125th, a bill to amend an act regulating public instruction for the County of Richmond. House Bill 1122 by Representative Campbell of the 171st and Taylor of the 173rd, a bill to amend an act providing composition of the Board of Education of Decatur County. House Bill 1123 by Representative Hogan of the 179th, Deloche of the 167th, a bill to amend an act providing for the Board of Education of Glenn County. House Bill 1124 by Representative Blackman of the 146th, Clark of the 147th, Dickey of the 140th, Williams of the 148th, Mathis of the 144th, a bill to amend an act reconstituting the Board of Education of Houston County. House Bill 1125 by Representative Perkle of the 155th, a bill to amend an act providing for the composition of the Ben Hill County Board of Education. House Bill 1126 by Representative Deloche of the 167th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Education of McIntosh County. House Bill 1127 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Tarvin of the 2nd, Ridley of the 6th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Whitfield County. House Bill 1128 by Carpenter of the 4th, Tarvin of the 2nd, Ridley of the 6th, a bill to amend an act to revise and restate the law relating to the Whitfield County Board of Education. House Bill 1129 by Representative Corbett of the 174th and Sains of the 180th, a bill to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Charlton County. House Bill 1130 by Representative Belton of the 31st, a bill relating to development impact fees. House Bill 1131 by Representative Lim of the 99th, Camp of the 131st, Manor of the 56th, and Gunter of the 8th, a bill relating to state government. House Bill 1132 by Representative Hogan of the 179th, Houston of the 170th, Deloche of the 167th, Stevens of the 164th, Gilliard of the 162nd, a bill relating to fees and taxes. House Bill 1133 by Representative Chokas of the 138th, Stevens of the 164th, Collins of the 68th, Gaines of the 117th, Corbett of the 174th, and others, a bill relating to the Public Service Commission. House Bill 1134 by Representative F. Stration of the 104th, Bonner of the 72nd, Lott of the 122nd, McDonald of the 26th, Meeks of the 178th, a bill relating to participation in criminal gang activity prohibited. House Bill 1135 by Representative Smith of the 70th, Bonner of the 72nd, Jenkins of the 132nd, Singleton of the 71st, a bill to amend an act providing for the composition of the Board of Education of Coweta County. House Bill 1136 by Representative Smith of the 70th, Bonner of the 72nd, Jenkins of the 132nd, and Singleton of the 71st, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Coweta County. House Bill 1137 by Representative Werkheiser of the 157th, Schofield of the 60th, F. Stration of the 104th, McLaurin of the 51st, a bill relating to general provisions for administrative procedure. House Bill 1138 by Representative Neal of the 74th, Barnow of the 77th, Bazemore of the 63rd, Douglas of the 78th, Scott of the 76th, a bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from certain City of Morrow ad valorem taxes. House Bill 1139 by Representative Werkheiser of the 157th, a bill to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Tattnall County. House Bill 1140 by Representative Irwin of the 28th, a bill to amend an act changing the method of choosing the members of the Banks County Board of Education. House Bill 1141 by Representative Irwin of the 28th, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Banks County. House Bill 1142 by Representative Gaines of the 117th, Woodhour of the 119th, Fry of the 118th, a bill to amend an act providing a merger of the existing independent school system of the mayor and council of the City of Athens and the existing school system of the County of Clark. House Bill 1143 by Representative Ballinger of the 23rd, Cantrell of the 22nd, Byrd of the 20th, Carson of the 46th, Thomas of the 21st, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Cherokee County. House Bill 1144 by Representative Park of the 101st, Clark of the 108th, McLean of the 100th, Hutchinson of the 107th, Mitchell of the 106th, and others, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Gwinnett County. House Bill 1145 by Representative Gallup of the 19th, Crabbley of the 67th, Buckner of the 137th, Minor of the 56th, Gamble of the 15th, and others, a bill relating to the Georgia State Indemnification Fund. House Bill 1146 by Representative Lott of the 122nd, Collins of the 68th, Hitchens of the 161st, Lumsden of the 12th, McDonald of the 26th, a bill relating to motor vehicles and traffic. House Bill 1147 by Representative Rhodes of the 120th, Corbett of the 174th, LaHood of the 175th, Ridley of the 6th, Smith of the 18th, a bill relating to wildlife. House Bill 1148 by Representative Rhodes of the 120th, Corbett of the 174th, LaHood of the 175th, Knight of the 130th, Ridley of the 6th, a bill relating to possession of servant carcasses. House Bill 1149 by Representative Burnell of the 77th, Bodie of the 62nd, Dreyer of the 59th, Allen of the 40th, Holland of the 54th, and others, a bill relating to enact the Georgia Evictions Records Registration Act. House Bill 1150 by Representative Dickey of the 140th, Watson of the 172nd, England of the 116th, Jaspers of the 11th, and Burkle of the 155th, a bill relating to treatment of agricultural facilities and operations and forest land as nuisances. House Bill 1151 by Representative Clark of the 98th, a bill relating to ethics in government. House Bill 1152 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, Lim of the 99th, Lopez of the 86th, Jackson of the 128th, a bill relating to the Fair Business Practices Act of 1975. House Bill 1153 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, Lim of the 99th, Lopez of the 86th, a bill relating to educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act. House Bill 1154 by Representative Carson of the 46th, Sessler of the 35th, Earhart of the 36th, Dollar of the 45th, Seabow of the 34th, and others, a bill to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Cobb County. House Resolution 664 by Representative Green of the 151st, Lumsden of the 12th, Donahue of the 30th, a resolution authorizing the lease of certain state-owned property. House Resolution 665 by Representative Hughley of the 136th, Smyre of the 135th, Mitchell of the 88th, a resolution compensating Ashley Jordan. House Resolution 666 by Representative Benton of the 31st, a resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution so to provide that the General Assembly may by general law authorize local boards of education to impose levy and collect development impact fees. House Resolution 667 by Representative Maynard of the 56th, Lopez of the 86th, Lim of the 99th, Williams of the 37th, and Mitchell of the 88th. Resolution creating a House Study Committee on the State Digitation Act. House Resolution 668 by Representative Thomas of the 21st, Scoggins of the 14th, Jaspers of the 11th, Carson of the 46th, Jones of the 47th, and others. Resolution honoring the life and memory of Officer Joseph W. Burson and dedicating an interchange in his memory. House Resolution 669 by Representative Cannon of the 58th, Thomas of the 39th, Clark of the 108th, Kendrick of the 93rd, Allen of the 40th, and others. Resolution committing to uphold reproductive freedom on the occasion of the 49th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. Senate Bill 330 by Senator Alberts of the 56th, Duggan of the 30th, Robertson of the 29th, Miller of the 49th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, and others, a bill relating to insurance. Senate Bill 332 by Senator Alberts of the 56th, Duggan of the 30th, Miller of the 49th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Robertson of the 29th, and others, a bill relating to selling and other trade practices. Senate Bill 373 by Senator Anna Duarte of the 31st, a bill to amend an act creating the multi-member Board of Commissioners of Haralson County. Through second readers.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Representative Carpenter, the 4th District Chairman of the Committee on Creative Arts and Entertainment, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, Committee on Creative Arts and Entertainment under consideration the following bills of the House and Senate instructed me to report same back to the House following recommendations. Senate Bill 157 do pass. House Bill 1053 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Carpenter, the 4th District Chairman. Representative Darlene Taylor, 173rd District Chairman of the Committee on Governmental Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Governmental Affairs has had under consideration the following bills of the House. Instructed me to report same back to the House. The following recommendations: House Bill 826, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 840, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Darlene Taylor, the 173rd District Chairman. Representative Bill Werkheiser, the 157th District Chairman of the Committee on Industry and Labor, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Industry and Labor has had under consideration the following bills of the House. Instructed me to report the same back to the House. The following recommendation: House Bill 1045, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Bill Werkheiser, 157th District Chairman. Representative Jan Tankers, the 160th District Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local has had under consideration the following bills of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House. The following recommendations: House Bill 1060, do pass. House Bill 1061, do pass. House Bill 1063, do pass. House Bill 1066, do pass. House Bill 1067, do pass. House Bill 1070, do pass. House Bill 1071, do pass. House Bill 1072, do pass. House Bill 1073, do pass. House Bill 1074, do pass. House Bill 1075, do pass. House Bill 1076, do pass. House Bill 1077, do pass. House Bill 1078, do pass. House Bill 1079, do pass. House Bill 1080, do pass. House Bill 1081, do pass. House Bill 1082, do pass. House Bill 1062, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Jan Tankers of the 160th District Chairman. Representative Carson, the 46th District Chairman of the Committee on Retirement, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Retirement has had under consideration the following bills of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House. The following recommendations: House Bill 263, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Carson, the 46th District Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees. Okay.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it. Just leave it right there.
Okay.
All right, we're going on now to the local calendar. Going on to the local calendar. Members of the House will please come to order and give attention. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. One bill on the local calendar relates to homestead exemption and requires a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. The clerk will read the local calendar.
House Bill 1060 by Representative Mathis, the 144th City of Cochran. House Bill 1061 by Representative Yurda, the 152nd Lee County. House Bill 1063 by Representative Meeks, the 178th Wayne County. House Bill 1066 by Representative Green in the 151st Stewart County. House Bill 1067 by Representative Green in the 151st Stewart County. House Bill 1070 by Representative Holmes, the 129th Jones County. House Bill 1071 by Representative Holmes, the 129th Jones County. House Bill 1072 by Representative Deloach, the 167th McIntosh County. House Bill 1073 by Representative Stevens, the 164th Bryan County. House Bill 1074 by Representative Stevens, the 164th Bryan County. House Bill 1075 by Representative Parrish, 158th Jenkins County. House Bill 1076 by Representative Taylor, 173rd Grady County. House Bill 1077 by Representative Taylor, 173rd Thomas County. House Bill 1078 by Representative Gullett of the 19th Paulding County. House Bill 1079 by Representative Dickey, the 140th Peach County. House Bill 1080 by Representative Dickey, the 140th Peach County. House Bill 1081 by Representative Parrish of the 158th Jenkins County. House Bill 1082 by Representative Rhodes, 120th Wilkes County. House Bill 1062 by Representative Camp, 131st Upson County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of the bills on the local calendar. The vote is 104 in favor, 61 opposed. House Bill 1062 has failed to receive a constitutional majority. What purpose does Representative Camp rise?
To make a motion, sir.
State your motion.
Wish to request reconsideration on the bill involving homestead exemption for Upson County.
Lady has that right, and you have given notice. That will be taken up at the next legislative day. That was House Bill 1062. What purpose does Chairman Tankersley rise?
I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we immediately transmit the calendar to the Senate.
Chairman Tankersley has moved that all of the bills that did receive a constitutional majority, which are all those except House Bill 1062, would be immediately transmitted to the Senate. Is there any objection? Any objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered. On Wednesday, February 2nd, this House failed to pass House Bills 1029, 1030, and 1031 by the requisite constitutional majority. The lady from the 47th House District served notice of a motion to reconsider the action of the House in failing to give House Bills 1029, 1030, and 1031 the requisite constitutional majority. Now is the time for the lady to pursue the motion if she so desires. Chair recognizes the Speaker Pro Tem of this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House reconsider its action in failing to give House Bills 1029, 1030, and 1031 a requisite constitutional majority.
Speaker Pro Tem Jones has moved that the House reconsider its action in failing to give House Bills 1029, 1030, and 1031 a requisite constitutional majority. If there is no objection, we will vote on reconsideration of the 3 local calendar bills as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing no objection on the lady's motion that the House reconsider its action in failing to give House Bills 1029, 1030, and 1031 a requisite constitutional majority, all those in favor of reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 102, the nays are 64. And this House has reconsidered its action in failing to give those bills the requisite constitutional majority. Those bills will now be back on the local calendar. They'll go back on the local calendar and be called at a later time. Yeah. What purpose does Chairman Ballinger rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the House. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House for House Bill 218.
Madam Chair, I need for you to come down here to the well and make that motion if you don't mind. Or even if you do mind. I need you to do that.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House reconsider its action in agreeing to the House substitute to House Bill 218.
So as I understand your motion, you're moving that this House agree to the Senate substitute to
House Bill 218 as amended.
House Bill 218 as amended by this House. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 218 by Representative Ballinger, the 23rd, Powell, the 32nd, Jaspers, the 11th, and others being titled an act to amend Code Section 1611-126 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to having or carrying handguns, long guns, or other weapons.
The chair recognizes Chairman Ballinger to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment. And let me point out we're working off of AM 390322. Chairman Ballinger.
Yes, sir. On the amendment, you can pretty much disregard. 218 was a pretty bill that we sent over to the Senate. The Senate kind of globbed all these things onto it, made it very ugly, and we did not like it. So we basically took it back to what it was originally filed. It allows for reciprocity for our permit holders to be able to carry in other states. And that's simply what the bill does. It allows for, we move from specific reciprocity to general reciprocity. That's in a nutshell. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, but really you need to pay attention to the first page. It's the front and back. That's what we're voting on. Everything else has gone away. You need to pay the first line, say that, you know, we're striking all of the subsequent pages. The first page is the only one that you need to pay attention to. That's what we're voting on.
Did you yield for questions?
Yes, sir, I certainly will.
Chair recognizes in the gallery Representative Scott for a question.
Yes, ma'am.
She waves. Chair recognizes Chairman Parsons to your left for a question.
Thanks,
Yes, sir.
Speaker. Lady Yield,
Yes, sir.
I think you made this clear. I just want to make sure that I am clear about it. This is AM 390322.
Yes,
And what you're doing is amending the sentence substitute. Is that correct?
that is correct. I'm striking all the subsequent language.
Thank you.
Do you
Anybody?
further yield?
I will yield for one more.
Chair recognizes Representative Park to your left for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
So, to be clear in terms of the effect of this bill, this will allow anybody who obtains a gun in any other state to bring it into Georgia.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with bringing guns into the state. It has to do with the rights that are accorded people who have weapons carry permits, and it would allow for reciprocity. So if we have a permit holder in Georgia who goes to another state, it would allow for them to receive the rights that those weapons carrier permit holders get in that state.
So,
It's like if you have a driver's license in Georgia, you have a driver's license there.
so further inquiry?
Sure.
So if another state has weaker requirements to obtain a gun, then they would still be permitted to bring that gun into the state of Georgia per this
Doesn't have anything to do
agreement of
with guns.
reciprocity?
Doesn't have anything to do with guns.
To carry a gun, I'm sorry.
It only has to do with the carry permit. That's it.
Thank you.
Have I said gun enough?
Does the lady further yield?
I'm good. I think everybody has gotten it by now. Again, we're just voting on the amendment. We're striking everything. The first page is the only thing we're voting on. Thank you. I appreciate your favorable consideration.
What's the deal? For those members sitting in the gallery, all of your amendments and so forth are outside the door. Well, Hmm?
This a parliamentary inquiry?
What is?
What?
What they're trying to do up there?
Have you looked in the books? All right, well, we got the clerk's office checking in on it, so we'll be at ease here momentarily. Did we locate them? Is there a cart by the tables? I'm not sure what the issue is, but we're not going to move forward until you have your amendments and can have a chance to look at them. Wait until they find their amendment.
You want to take a parliamentary inquiry while you're waiting? From Oliver? I'm sure you'll have a few parliamentary inquiries. You want to just do those while they're waiting?
All right, looks like you now have them. She got a parliamentary inquiry. What purpose does Chairman Oliver rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at line 18 that says any person licensed to carry a weapon in any other state shall be authorized to carry a weapon in this state. And that implies to me that reciprocity does come from the other state into Georgia. And then that provision is further complicated on line 22 and line 29 and 30. So I'm totally confused about whether the reciprocity goes both ways. It seems to me it goes that a license holder, under the laws of whatever other state, can carry his/her gun into Georgia. Am I right or not right?
All I know is that this issue is a lot more complex than it was last year when this was almost a unanimous vote. Chairman Ballinger, you want to take a stab at that with a parliamentary inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
It is true that this does create reciprocity. It moves us from a specific reciprocity state to a general reciprocity state, allowing the Attorney General to enter into agreements to allow for reciprocity.
What purpose does Chairman Oliver rise?
Final parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. If that's accurate, which I believe it could very much could be accurate, that means we're giving the power to the Attorney General to make any decision he or she wishes to make on that issue.
What purpose does Chairman Ballinger rise?
It is correct, and that the Attorney General will be empowered to make those agreements with states.
Okay. What purpose does Representative Walensky rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Speaker. This year, we know that mental health is a top concern for our state, and at a time nationally and in our state where mental health is a big concern. Is it not true that it is my concern allowing people to come in from other states with different laws to come here and carrying weapons and not knowing their mental health could cause grave danger in our state? Thank you, Speaker.
What purpose does the Minority Caucus whip, Representative Wilkerson, rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it, if this is the same 218 that we passed a year ago, is it not true that 69 people voted no?
I don't remember the vote count, but if you want it, we can go get it. All right, final parliamentary inquiry. What purpose does Representative Wilson rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm confused about the authority this bill gives the Attorney General. The gentlewoman stated that the Attorney General would be empowered to enter into an agreement, but in the bill language in line 29, it says the Attorney General shall enter into an agreement. So it doesn't seem like the Attorney General actually has a choice.
Well, it does say shall. Do you want to take a stab at that? I'm about to vote here.
With
what
regards
purpose does Chairman Ballinger rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
The gentleman is correct in that it does say shall enter into an agreement, so it does direct him. However, he is empowered to make that agreement. I don't know how to make that more clear.
What purpose does Chairman Houston rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that we're trying to revive our tourist trade and tourist industry down in Atlanta, down in the south, near the convention center, World Congress Center? I couldn't think of it. World Congress Center. And isn't it true that the crime rate, if you would turn on Citizens Alarm and hear the crime rate coming through Citizen Alarm every day, and we have people coming in here from out of state, that they need to be able to protect themselves when they come down there to the convention center? And thank you.
So now we found out what you do. You sit around and listen to your scanner. All right, we're not. What purpose does Chairman Houston rise?
Isn't it true last night when I was listening to my scanner that I found out that there were gunshots 0.7 miles away from where I live? Thank you.
I've had several nights like that. All right, all right, here's where we are. We're going to take up the House amendment. Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? Hearing none, the House amendment is adopted. Now, on the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, the House Bill 218, as amended by the House, all those in favor of the lady's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 96, the nays are 70, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 218 as amended by this House. What purpose does Representative Maynor rise?
Waived.
She waives, okay. All right, now we get to go on to morning orders. Morning orders. House members will give attention to the members in the well. Chair recognizes for a morning order. 2 minutes each, by the way, on the morning orders today. Chair recognizes Representative Jackson, Edna Jackson, and all the members of the Savannah delegation for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all of the representatives in the House today. This is Savannah-Chatham County Day. And we want to make sure that you're going to become a part of the activity on this afternoon. There will be oysters, shrimp, barbecue, you name it, we have it, but we will also have libations. So come on and join us down at the depot. We will be waiting on you, and we will see you at 5 o'clock p.m. Did I do
Well
that?
done.
Oh, okay.
Well done. Well
Okay.
done. Perfect.
Chair recognizes Representative Hughley for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. As we continue to celebrate Black History Month, there was one who said that service is the rent you pay for room on this earth. She also said, you don't make progress by standing on the sidelines, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing new ideas. She said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. So today, we take time to spotlight a trailblazer for women in politics, Shirley Chisholm. Shirley Chisholm was born Shirley Anita St. Hill on November 30th, 1924. She graduated from Brooklyn College in 1946 and earned her master's degree in elementary education from Columbia University Teachers College. And I got to pause and for my Delta friends to let you know that she is a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Shirley Chisholm kicked off her political career in 1953 when she campaigned for Louis Flagg Jr. to become Brooklyn's first black judge. Chisholm successfully ran for the New York State Assembly in 1964, where she served from 1965 to 1968. She was the first black woman elected to Congress using the motto, unbought and unbossed, which was also the name of her autobiography. During her time as Congresswoman in 1972, 50 years ago, she had the audacity to become the first black person to seek presidential nomination from one of the two major parties. During her run, Chisholm pushed a platform focused on racial and gender equity. Mr. Speaker, we yield today to remember this trailblazer, and all women of color who serve here owe a debt of gratitude to Shirley Chisholm. Thank you. I yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Wade for a morning order.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I just want to come from my hometown, Dawson County High School, to congratulate the competition cheerleading team on winning Georgia High School Association AAA State Championship. They're a fantastic group of young ladies who have high energy, and they're also high achievers in the classroom. And to those young ladies, shout out, and to the coach who has taken this team to state every year that I can even remember. I'm so happy for you and your efforts for these young ladies, making Dawson County Tigers very thankful. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Carter for a morning order.
Yes. Good morning. If you wore red, please join us this morning. Thank you, Speaker Ralston. Today, the members of the Georgia General Assembly, we join in solidarity with the American Heart Association to bring awareness to heart disease in women. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in Georgia and in many cases is preventable. We want you to know some of the signs. If you have chest discomfort, uncomfortable pressure, squeezing, fullness or pain that can come and go, discomfort in other areas in your upper body, shortness of breath, other possible signs, call 911. Since 2020, heart-related deaths have increased by 4.8%. Another sign, if you're seeing your face drooping or a side of your body is numb, that is a sign that you're having a stroke. During the same period, stroke deaths have increased by 6%. As we join with the American Heart Association, we put some information on your desks, and that is their legislative priority. I want to close with this. One of the things that they're asking us to is really look at maternal mortality, where researchers are finding now that women that have an increase in their high blood pressure during pregnancy and after birth that have never had any heart-related symptoms, this is a sign that you are predisposed to heart disease. So join in with the American Heart Association and the Georgia General Assembly. Let's increase medical assistance, Medicaid, for low-income people so that we can decrease the amount of deaths on heart-related individuals in Georgia. Thank you. I yield the will.
Chair recognizes Representative Hutchinson for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Today I bring to you 13-year-old Shardavia. Shardavia says that her favorite thing to do in the day is to think about the good things in life. She wants to be a comedian, and she said that her favorite comedian is Tiffany Haddish. She also enjoys swimming, spending time with her friends, and drawing. Shardavia is one of the many beautiful children available for adoption in the state of Georgia today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
We are now going on to the rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 752.
House Bill 752 by Representative Cooper, the 43rd, Dempsey, the 13th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to mental health, so as to provide for psychiatric advance directive. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to present the bill. Chairman Cooper in the chamber. You're recognized. Chairman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I've come here many times with bills that will help patients across our state with medical problems. But I couldn't be more excited than I am today to bring House Bill 752, because it's the beginning of bills that are going to pass this time to make mental health on parity with just regular health. It's something that has been lacking for too long in our state, and it will help reduce the shame and the stigma that many of the mentally ill in our state feel and how they feel as second-class citizens. As I start this, and there is a folder on your desk that shows all the people that are supporting this bill. And I have to thank one person to start with, and that is Representative Pat Gardner, a Democrat who started this process 14 years ago. It's taken that long for it to become a priority and to work through all of the different legal entities and problems until we have this bill. I want to personally thank the Georgia Psychiatric Physicians Association, the Medical Association of Georgia, and the State Bar of Georgia, and particularly Dr. Peter Ash, the psychiatrist that worked so closely and spent hours on this bill, and 3 attorneys from the bar that did the same, Dan Munster, Kyle King, and Nick Jurek. They have given countless of hours of their time to work through this. What this simply does, when you go to the hospital, you are able to discuss with the physician what kind of care you want, whether you want to follow their suggestions on treatment, or if you have tried some kind of treatment and it didn't work before, you can communicate with your physician. Often when a person that has a mental illness is in crisis, they are unable to do this. So this bill, called PAD, the Psychiatric Advance Directive, allows a person that is diagnosed with mental illness, when they are competent and not in crisis, to lay out their preferences of care, to delineate some of the treatment that they might want or that they don't want, who can treat them and who they don't want to treat them, what has worked in the past for them and what didn't work. Sort of a guideline so that when they are in crisis, someone has the ability to know that about their history. It also allows them to appoint another person, somebody that is trusted, that can be involved in directing their care when they are in crisis, who can look at their medical records, who can talk to the doctor, and who can, if necessary, make changes in what they might have wanted if that is to their betterment and making them become better. Basically, that is what the Advance Directive does. So, Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, as I try to catch my breath, I will ask for favorable consideration of House Bill 752, and I will leave the well.
Lady has yielded the well. There were no questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 752 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Williamson rise? He waves. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 752. The ayes are 165. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 867.
House Bill 867 by Representative Newton, the 123rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 64, Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to regulation and licensure of pharmacy benefit managers. This bill having been referred to the Special Committee on Quality Health Care. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes the chairman of the Special Committee on Access to Quality Health Care, Chairman Newton, to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate everyone's commitment to access to quality health care. I know we're working on mental health care, but it's something I know the Speaker and this whole body has been committed to for many years now, access to quality health care, including the first chairman of our committee, Chairman Smith. Thank you for the opportunity. Access to quality health care, as all of us know, involves not only having the hospitals, the doctors, and the pharmacies that you need available, but it depends on having a health plan that helps make them affordable for a patient. We have an opportunity today to advance affordability for patients in a small but often significant way. That is addressing the patient's out-of-pocket costs for prescription medications at the point of sale. So to understand HB 867 and how it lowers costs for patients, I do have to briefly review the complex process that's developed that determines how a patient's out-of-pocket cost is calculated. Everybody's heard of pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs. They have the role in setting the price both to the health insurance plan as well as the patient's out-of-pocket cost at the point of sale. Now, PBMs are very large corporations, and as a matter of fact, the top 3 PBMs, only 3, control access to medication and the costs for over 80% of Americans. So these are large organizations. So what do? They agree on a list price for the medication from the manufacturer. They determine which drugs, especially newer brand name drugs, are even on formulary, which means they're covered by your insurance or not. Their software determines what price the patient will pay at the counter of any pharmacy, whether an independent or chain or anything else at the counter. But one final thing the PBMs do is they also negotiate with the manufacturer a very carefully protected, even secret rebate from the list price that's paid directly from the drug manufacturer to the PBM. Some of the newer medications that are out there, and we all see them on television, and there's hundreds of others, and we hope for those of us with chronic conditions that there'll be more and more that make lives better in the future. So on these newer medications, sometimes the rebate could be 20%, 30%, even 60% or higher, once again paid directly from the manufacturer of the drug to the PBM. As I said, these are very large and powerful corporations. HB 867 simply requires that the PBM, when calculating the patient's out-of-pocket cost, that the PBM use the true net price, which is described in the bill. The true net price is just that list price I've mentioned, minus any rebates that are received. So as an example, and as I said, these are newer advanced drugs. Some of it make a vital difference for patients' life, sometimes keeping them off of disability, sometimes even saving their lives. So let's use an example real quick, which is a new medication that's very valuable, and it's a $1,000 list price. Currently, a patient, if they're in the 20% copay portion of their insurance, would obviously have to pay $200. However, if that drug, $1,000 drug, has a $600 rebate, if we pass and it's signed HB 867, they'd only be paying 20% of $400 or $80. So you've got $200 or $80 out of pocket. Obviously, if you're still in the deductible period of your insurance, which more and more of us might be for pharmaceutical benefits, it might be the difference between $400 and $1,000 out of pocket. So as you can see, this can have a massive effect on what the out-of-pocket cost can be. So 4 things about what this bill does not do. It's not meant to solve every problem. Number 1, it doesn't change plan design. The patient still has to pay 20% of that true net cost, and believe me, that's far more than what a generic would be. So there's still a strong incentive to, when it's appropriate with your doctor, to use a generic medication that's much more affordable. Number 2, it doesn't benefit pharmacies or pharmacists in any way financially. There are things that PBMs do with pharmacies and pharmacists that are very challenging, let's say. This doesn't benefit them financially in any way. However, pharmacists are strongly in support of this bill. They're the last one between someone being ill, going to their doctor, deciding on a prescription, taking it, and then finding out the price. They're the last one there to counsel the patient on how to take the medication, the importance of taking the medication as prescribed, and so they know that if it's a high copay or high deductible, they're much less likely to get the patient. So they care about affordability and compliance. Number 3, HB 867 doesn't really ban the process of paying rebates. That's really outside our scope here in Georgia. It's a difficult thing to do nationally. Some of these are international pharmaceutical companies and PBMs that buy medications from all over. So we don't ban the process. All we do is make sure that the patient receives the benefit. So finally, HB 867 does not raise premiums, which some have accused it of doing. We've corrected this by, you'll notice at the end of the bill, where if there's a PBM that passes through 100% of the rebates to the plan sponsor, whether the insurer or the employer, if they're passing through 100% of the rebates, especially if these are audited, and that plan sponsor decides to lower everyone's premiums equally, then we don't require that. This bill doesn't affect them. So those plans that exist like that, and with some PBMs, a large percentage of their plans are done that way. So this won't affect them at all. It won't cause them to have to raise premiums on everybody so that they can give a benefit to some. So this bill doesn't try to correct that. Finally, there are indications that HB 867 may even lower premiums. From the PBM's own material, and I have one from one of the largest out there, when patients have more affordable prescriptions, lower copays, lower cost at the point of sale, PBMs recognize that they're more likely to get their medicines. They're more likely to take their medications and not stretch them out to maybe every other day for a daily medicine, or cutting pills in half, or other things, sometimes only picking up half of a prescription. That's what the pharmacists see. When they do comply with the doctor and the pharmacist's recommendation, well, guess what happens? They're less likely to have complications. If anybody knows one of the big complications for hypertension is renal failure. Well, obviously, medications taken properly can help avoid someone going into renal failure and the expenses and the expense on a life that can be. So they're less likely to have complications, less likely to end up in the hospital, less likely to end up in an expensive emergency room. Taking patients out of the middle of what are often complex challenges in healthcare has been a strong desire and goal of this body. There's been great progress. I know with Chairman Harkin's House Bill 888, surprise medical billing legislation was signed into law that when it came to surprise medical bills, we took patients out of the middle. Last year with House Bill 454, we dealt with the issue together of a healthcare provider or doctor being dropped out of network in the middle of a patient's plan year, and they can no longer use that doctor. So we worked on, once again, taking the patient out of the middle. I do hope that we'll join together once again, and when it comes to fair prices for prescriptions, that we'll once again take patients out of the middle, and by doing that, we'll help hundreds of thousands of Georgians with more affordable health care, along with your support for House Bill 867. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Do you yield for questions?
I do.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lynn Smith to your right for a question.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yield.
Gladly.
On behalf of all the people I represent in the House District 70, I speak for them to say thank you very much for your diligence and your patience as you work through this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a large team of us that work together, as you know, and I appreciate your district.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Chairman Ron Stevens to your left for a question.
Gentleman yield?
I will, yes, sir.
Isn't it true what your bill does more than anything else is strip away and get to transparency? Wouldn't you say that probably is the root of your bill?
It is a key part. Once again, we've kept it very narrow. We've kept it narrow to where the transparency is only where it hits the patient in the pocketbook. Recent Supreme Court decisions have concluded that states do have the authority to make sure that when it comes to cost, and that's the main thing this bill is about, is cost, not plan design, we are fully within compliance with all laws and regulations to address cost and save the patient money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Do you further yield?
One more, sir.
Chair recognizes Chairman Knight to your right for a question.
Make it short.
Does the gentleman yield?
I'll yield for a short question.
Isn't it true that you've worked very hard on this bill, and I, for one, are very appreciative, as I know this General Assembly has taken very seriously the role of that we have to make sure patients have access to good health care.
That's correct, sir, and access includes affordability.
Again, if you would, one more, another parliamentary inquiry. Isn't it true, just to reiterate what you said, and I think this is key, is that this only is about the patient. And so the heart of this bill is that when that patient goes in, is that their copays are determined off of the real price, the actual price.
The true net price.
True net price, which is the rebate, okay? The difference between the rebate and what the drug actually does cost.
It would be the difference between the list price that's out there and the price after rebate.
Yep.
Their copay and their percentage is based on the true price.
And so, therefore, that is making sure that the patients have a truer copay based on the truer cost of the drug, not an artificial list price, which is what is included with the rebate.
That's correct.
I thank the gentleman for his hard work on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 867 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 867. The ayes are 166, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 873.
House Bill 873 to be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Gwinnett County. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes, before that, let me say, the Rules Committee voted to limit debate to 1 hour to be allocated by the chair. The chair will allocate that 30 minutes each. That will not include the presentation by the author. It will not include the minority report, and it will not include the chairman's time. And with that, the chair recognizes Chairman Rich to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. Today I rise to present to you House Bill 873, which provides for the redistricting of the 4 Gwinnett County Board of Commissioner districts. The map contained within this bill complies with the law, ensuring one person, one vote. The districts are compact. As you can see, we are going to have a digital copy of the map up on the screen so you can see what this looks like. And the lines are drawn to respect the various communities of interest in Gwinnett County. In District Number 1, you see in the blue there, we have the densely populated suburban urban cities of Duluth, Berkeley Lake, Norcross, and Peachtree Corners. This district borders and shares interests with the DeKalb County cities of Dunwoody and Doraville, and the Fulton County cities of Sandy Springs and Roswell. District number 2 is shown in the pink. This is primarily Lilburn and the unincorporated areas surrounding Lilburn. It borders the city of Tucker and DeKalb County. It is one of the older parts of Gwinnett County. It's an area that is working to revitalize and redevelop its business district. District number 3 is shown in the gold. This includes Snellville and most of our county seat, Lawrenceville. As our county seat, Lawrenceville has a thriving historic downtown district and an arts community. Lawrenceville, along with Snellville, they comprise a more urban part of our county. The people who live there tend to do their shopping, dining, and recreating within their own communities and over into the areas of DeKalb County that they border. The northern part of the county is shown in green, and this is a less densely populated area. It consists primarily of Beaufort, Sugar Hill, and Suwanee. It actually has 4 cities that are shared among the counties of Hall, Barrow, and Jackson. This part of the district, this part of the county, borders Hall County and Forsyth County, and Jackson County, and it is the most newly developed part of the county and is primarily suburban and rural. I will note that every district shown here is majority non-white, which is in keeping with Gwinnett's diversity. We all received a handout that had a population breakdown, and it is misleading. I am assuming it is because of a lack of understanding of the law and that it is not intentional. The correct numbers for this district take into account the total population. The numbers that you received on the handout are only for people over the age of 18. And according to the population summary for the total population, which is what we use in redistricting to ensure one person, one vote, the majority of all of these counties are majority non-white, all of these districts, including the northern part, which is the part that I represent, and the part of the county where we have constituents who have been coming to us and expressing their displeasure with not having representation at the county level. The purpose of redistricting is to draw maps according to the population and the population shifts, and that means reworking of the boundaries to ensure compliance with one person, one vote. And that is exactly what the maps that are included in this House Bill 873 do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield for any questions.
You have some questions. Chair recognizes Chairman F. Strachan to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Ma'am, is it not true that the procedure employed in the proposal of the Gwinnett School Board maps allowed for a survey open to the public with 2 different options for submission of public viewpoint as to which of the 2 maps would be best? And that same procedure was not followed in the proposal of the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners map.
Yes, that is correct, and that is probably why we were able to reach 100% consensus within our delegation on the Board of Education map.
Is it not true also that concerns were expressed at the Gwinnett delegation meeting about the lack of compactness and communities of interest, specifically by myself with respect to transportation needs and priorities within the respective commission districts, including District 3, which my district, the House district I represent, falls into in many ways. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McLeod to your left for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I do.
What is a conservative district and a bedroom suburban district? Could you describe that for me?
A bedroom suburban district, are you referring to my comments in the Rules Committee from
That's
yesterday? That is primarily a community where people live. There are not businesses there that will bring other people into the community. It is primarily a bedroom community, residences.
Does the gentlelady further yield?
I do.
So you're telling me that no one eats and hang out there?
No, that is not what I said. This is primarily where people live. It is not an area that brings others into the community other than the people who live there. There are restaurants that maybe some people come to, but primarily the businesses that are there serve the people who live there.
Does the gentlelady further yield?
Yes, I do.
Is it correct that you are a minority in the delegation in Gwinnett County and you've chosen to make this map on your own?
It is true that as a Republican, I am a minority in the delegation, but it is not true that I chose to make this map on my own. I'm joined by all of the other Republican members of the delegation, as well as our constituents who have encouraged us to draw maps that more fairly represent our county.
Does the lady
I'll yield for one more, Representative McLeod, and then we can move on to someone else.
So you don't think that our constituents matter? And do you not know that the diversity in Gwinnett happened organically?
I do believe that all of the communities in our county matter, and that is why I drew lines that represent those distinct communities. We have urban, suburban communities, we have more urban communities, and they have different interests and different needs legislatively. And that is why it is best that we keep those communities of interest together. Our older, aging infrastructure and our older parts of our county, they need attention, and they have different legislative needs and policy needs than do the more newly developed areas. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for a question from another representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Camp to your left for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that approximately in Gwinnett County there are about 60% Democrats, 60% Republicans, yet all 4 of the seats that are held are by Democrats as well as the chair at large?
Yeah, so Gwinnett County is comprised approximately of 60% Democrats and 40% Republicans. And yes,
sorry.
all 5 of the county commissioners are Democrat.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it not true that I would like to thank you for putting this colored map on the screen? And isn't it not true that I got this on my desk, and it is not true I put my glasses on and it would make people lead to think you didn't have but 2 representatives in Gwinnett County? And is it not true? I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right. Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well, as I know that there are other people who are lined up and signed up to speak to this bill.
Lady has yielded the well. We do have other members who wish to be heard. The opponents to the bill will have a collective time of 30 minutes, and we'll just turn the clock on, and when it's 30 minutes is up, it's up. Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today you are being asked to make history and do something that this body does not do. Today you are being asked to treat a local redistricting bill as a general bill, which is arguably unlawful, to ignore the will of the majority of the delegation, and to abandon the customs and courtesies of this body for local matters, and vote on a substitute map that is only signed by 1 out of 13 members of our delegation, or 8%, is not supported by our local Board of Commissioners, 92% of our delegation, nor has been properly vetted by the public. But before you push your button today and forever change the course of how we treat local control and home rule when it comes to redistricting, I would like for you to at least make an informed decision. Throughout this process, a lot of things that have been said that are not true, and I think it is important that we correct the record so that at least when you cast your history-making vote today to eliminate local control henceforth, you will not do so under false pretenses. First, it was falsely stated during the Governmental Affairs Committee and then repeated during the Rules Committee that the author of the substitute had been communicating her desires since December. While there may have been some vague texts and phone calls with the county lobbyists, the board was not given a proposed map and the corresponding data until 1 a.m. Sunday morning, this Sunday. Now, back in my 20s, I might have gotten an email at 1 in the morning, but as I get up in age, an email sent at 1 a.m. might as well be sent the next day. Sunday morning, 4 days ago. The board was given the information they needed to consider a proposal, and there was less than 24 hours between them receiving that information and the maps being released to the media. It was also falsely stated during the Governmental Affairs Committee and then repeated during the Rules Committee that once a map was proposed, no one responded, and I quote, with any comments whatsoever. That is a direct quote from the Rules Committee. The truth is, the author of these maps sent a PDF file of a map with no corresponding population data. As soon as the map was sent, the county lobbyists responded and asked for data that corresponded with the map. Again, that request was not fulfilled until 1 a.m. last Sunday, in the middle of the night, and not received until the next morning. Also, the original map that was sent to the board was numbered in a manner that would have potentially shortened the term of one commissioner and lengthened the term of another. This required a legal opinion from the county attorney. I just want to remind you all, this is all happening last Sunday of this week. By the time the lobbyists had information to reach out to each member of the commission for feedback and get a response from the county attorney, the author of the substitute map had already sent out a press release, and the chair of governmental affairs had already scheduled a hearing at 8 a.m. Tuesday morning. The Board of Commissioners and the county lobbyists were under the impression that there would be time for negotiation, but it seems as if the author of the substitute map was playing them the whole time and never had any intention to negotiate further. So to be clear, the board was in contact with the author of the substitute map almost immediately after it was sent, but they were not given adequate time to respond with their concerns before the maps received a hearing and were passed out of committee. Another false statement that needs to be corrected is the assertion that the Board of Commissioner maps were a partisan gerrymander. As you will see later, these maps made minimal changes to the existing commission districts. You can see that on your desk as well. It did not carve up the North into 3 districts, as was also falsely described by the author of these maps. It instead prioritized the request of the community and moved lines to avoid split cities and split precincts. Interestingly, however, the original map drafted by our Board of Commissioners included at least 1 competitive district, while the current map is a clear partisan gerrymander and creates a +6R district in the northern part of the county. But the author of the bill made it clear multiple times in her remarks during our official public hearings on the original Board of Commissioner maps that she wanted a conservative northern district. She admitted publicly on the record that her intent was to create a Republican district. That is partisan gerrymandering. Another false statement that was repeated in both the Governmental Affairs Committee hearing and in the Rules Committee hearing was that the map proposed by our Board of Commissioners split her constituents into 3 districts. At one point, the author specifically states that it happens to her district. I took a look at the Board of Commissioners' proposed map and noted that District 97 is nestled solidly in 1 commission district. It was not split. Interestingly, the author's current district would only be split by her current substitute map proposal. So then I thought maybe it's the new District 100. that was drawn in the latest reapportionment. But even that district was not split by the Board of Commissioners' original map. Words matter. None of her constituents were split by the original Board of Commissioners maps. Her map splits her district. While it can be hard to clearly define communities of interest, I also want to talk about splitting. Arguably, cities are a good place to start. And while the Board of Commissioners map does not split cities, one of the #1 priorities identified by the community at a series of open houses held by the Board of Commissioners, the current substitute map splits multiple communities of interest, including the city of Lawrenceville, which gets split into 3 districts, a city split in 3, and the city of Suwanee, which gets chopped in half. Another false statement that I would like to correct for the record is where our current commissioners live. It has been stated several times in multiple committee hearings that all of our commissioners live in the southern portion of the district. While it has been repeated several times, and notwithstanding how divisive that statement is, this is simply not true. While there are several other false statements made throughout this process, I think we need to point out that this map is questionably in compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And even though it does create a total population of 48% in this conservative northern district, the voting age population is in fact over 50%. And the truth is, in our county, this is a majority of people of color that saw a significant growth in all demographics except for the white population, which actually decreased by 12%. Again, I truly question the constitutionality of this proposed map and its compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Additionally, this proposed map cracks the Asian population, one of our fastest growing populations in the county, so much that they go from being the second largest voting block in District 1 in the original map to being the smallest voting block in every single district in the substitute. I believe that information is power and misinformation is destruction. And all things that we do in this body, the one thing that we should all be able to agree on, Democrat or Republican, is that honesty is the best policy. And misrepresenting events and data should never be in order within this chamber. Now that the record has been corrected, I would hope that when you cast your vote today, you will do so armed with the truth, with a clear conscience, and with the knowledge that a vote for this bill is a vote to end local courtesy, local control, and will set a precedent that no local governing body is safe. Whether you are a member of the minority party or you are a member of the majority party that will not fall in line or go against the establishment, no one is safe if what is happening today is allowed to prevail. That is why I am asking you all to vote to preserve the customs of respect for the will of the local delegation, and I'm asking you to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McLean to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition of HB 73. HB 873, when it was introduced originally, it was a great bill. The delegation had input from the community, it had input from the elected officials, it had input, and it was transparent and open. Transparent and open and inclusive, which citizens of Gwinnett all deserve. All citizens of Gwinnett deserve to be heard. And all local legislation should have transparency. Well, the legislation that you heard from the chair lady was not open, it was not transparent, and was definitely not inclusive because no one from the delegation was involved. You know, I speak from someone who moved to Gwinnett in 1978. I'm not going to say very much other than I was 24 years old when I moved there. And so I don't want y'all to be trying to guess my age or anything. But when I moved there in 1978, it was 70,000 residents in Gwinnett County. My wife, my 2 children, in which I raised, we still live in the same home off Pleasant Hill Road. So I just want you to know, we bought that home in 1979. That was 43 years ago. 43 years ago. Yes, it was still large. But I want you all to know that when I moved there, the family moved there, it had great schools. The community, the county was responsive. And what we had the most of was everybody got along in Gwinnett County. Remember I said 70,000 residents. But let's fast forward. Today we're slightly under 1 million. 1 million. For 20 years consecutively, we were the fastest growing county in the United States. Well, the reason I tell you all this is because in 1978, when I first went there, it would only take me 10 minutes to get to work. I worked at the Falcon Complex. It took me 10 minutes to get 8 miles, 1.5 miles down Pleasant Hill, 6 miles to get to Swanee. There were no lights. Now it takes me 10 minutes to get out of my subdivision. So I say all of that to say that it has grown, and I have seen a lot of changes. I want you all to know I have seen a lot of changes. In fact, in 78, Gwinnett County was ran by Democrats when I moved there. 79, still ran by Democrats. 1980, well, President Carter kind of helped us out a little bit. President Reagan beat him, and so therefore what we had was a sweeping Gwinnett County as well. So since 1980, I want you to hear this, since 1980, Republicans have ran every commission seat, every DA, every sheriff, has ran everything in Gwinnett County since 1980. Well, let's fast forward, so I've seen a lot. I've seen the traffic, I've seen the schools grow, some of the cities grow. We didn't have that many cities either. In fact, my little 2-lane on Pleasant Hill Road went from 2 lanes, and in fact, if you got by the river, you had to slide over to the side to let another car pass. But now it's 6 lanes. It is 6 lanes, and I got 3 turning lanes on Club Drive. How many people can say that they have 3 turning lanes on one street? Not 1, not 2, but I got 3. 3 turning lanes when you're traveling. Well, I just want you all to know that my concern is in 70 and 80. So 38 years later, here it is, 2018, and Gwinnett elects their first Democrat, first woman of color, 2018. That's 38 years. 38 years. Think about that, 38 years, 2018. It took 38 years. Well, then in 2020, what you had was they elected all Democrats in 2020. Why? Because the citizens was looking for someone that was transparent, someone that was open, and someone that was inclusive, and not someone going in back rooms making deals. I don't know, because I wasn't invited to any of the meetings that my colleague had, and I am very open, because like I say, I am part of Gwinnett. I've lived there 43 years, in the heart of Gwinnett. Pleasant Hill Road is the heart of Gwinnett. And that is the cities of Suburban, Lawrenceville, Norcross, and Duluth, which is the heart. And I would like to say to you all, we must, when we vote, we've got to realize, are we voting for the citizens of Gwinnett? This bill should have stayed local. It shouldn't have been packed. Don't get me wrong, as you look at the map, the north end is packed. That is not the Gwinnett that I've known, and that is not the Gwinnett that we had in 1980 census, the 1990 census, the 2000 census, the 2010. We didn't have that. We didn't have it. We didn't have any packing, because we are one Gwinnett. We are one Gwinnett. So I'm asking this body today to vote no on this substitute map, because many of you all know me, and I've always had one saying: right is right, wrong is wrong. I've always said right is right, wrong is wrong, and this is wrong. This is very wrong to not allow the citizens of Gwinnett to have any input in this map. They had no input. Maybe her constituents had input, but my constituents did not have input, and I don't think the other legislators as well. So I do believe that elected officials should not pick their constituents, but their constituents should pick their elected officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Lim to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like, above all, to do my part to center this process of local redistricting around not us, but the people, and how we can structure a government that best responds to their needs. I am saying all this from the perspective of someone who actually has the most non-white House district in Gwinnett, but also happens to live in the most under-resourced area of the county. Over 50% of my district are immigrants like me, but I also have over a third of the county's qualified census tracts, 6 out of 16 specifically, and it's a place where economic development, unfortunately, since the 80s boom in Gwinnett, missed us by about 2 exits on I-85. And I'm saying all of this as someone whose constituents across the political spectrum, or those that just don't care about politics generally, feel that in terms of zoning, development, and provision of basic services, certain boards haven't always been the most responsive. And often the issues people care about aren't at all partisan, but bureaucratic, red tape. Issues that are best solved by really listening to what people are saying. No government body is perfect, though. We can always strive to be better, all of us, at being responsive. And the current board and I, myself, don't always agree. Every single time I'm drafting them yet another crazy ordinance, proposing a low-income homestead tax exemption, pleading for yet more ARPA fund allocations to my QCTs, asking for speed humps from SPLOST funds, or showing up to argue against yet another proposed gas station zoning on Jimmy Carter Boulevard. But I do appreciate that each of them, literally all 5 of the current ones, have taken the time to listen extensively to me and the needs of Gwinnetians. And from everything to broadband, to indigent medical care, to affordable housing, I am grateful for the work they've done, particularly for under-resourced areas like mine. Because again, it's not about us as electeds, either state lawmakers or commissioners, or our own partisan affiliations and identities. It is about the people. To that point, I am also grateful for our 5 commissioners for doing extensive public outreach before coming up with their map, even with a relatively short timeline against their backs. I know I myself, admittedly, have had to take a beat and really analyze all of the proposed maps. From all of the public outreach, and with, I hope, not a totally naive prayer that there is still time to respond at least partially to what people have said, I proffer 2 things. First, we know there are many ways to draw maps, even beyond all the maps that have already been proposed. I unequivocally support the map that our commissioners worked on that also went through our delegations to public hearings, something I don't think many other delegations did. That said, I do readily acknowledge that other maps may be able to prioritize some of the same principles and arrive at not the exact same outcomes with absolutely 0 deviations. Second, and more importantly, adhering to those principles we seem generally at the broad level to agree on. There are a few points I do hope we might still be able to address, and this is coming from a very personal perspective. Because of the way the lines are drawn in the current bill, naturally occurring Asian American communities are split among 2 districts, including one where I live. 2 naturally occurring Latino American communities, like the community of Norcross, where I also live, are split among 2 districts. The current map, as also has been said, does split more cities like Lawrenceville and Suwanee rather than keeping them intact. And again, the district where I currently live would go from having 4 of Gwinnett's 16 cities to merely 1, which will certainly have implications. All of this does matter in terms of abilities for these groups potentially to elect candidates of choice, and that is obviously very important. But from a very real day-to-day perspective, it is also important to focus on the impact on governance after an election is over for our communities. Because ultimately, whoever is elected, whatever their affiliations, our communities, commissioners, do need to be more responsive to these communities daily. Drawing district lines to take into account naturally occurring communities is what facilitates that responsiveness and the daily work of governance. And I think in all of my naivete, together we still have a chance to do that, to edit this map here or in the Senate to address existing points. In service, again, I will say one more time, not of ourselves or our local electeds, but again of the people who absolutely deserve, wherever you are, to have the most responsive government possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Beth Moore to speak to the bill, and you have 8 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I can get this done in 8 minutes. Good morning, colleagues. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today about this bill. But more importantly, I'm just grateful to speak with you. I only regret that half this room is empty, so I hope that my message does reach the folks in the snack room and out in the hallway. It's no secret that my time in this chamber is coming to a close after this session, but as our other departed colleague this week said earlier, I'm not dead yet. We still have lots of important work to do together, and hopefully our work together will continue next year under a slightly different configuration. Because what I enjoy most about serving in what the Speaker calls the people's house is in fact the people here. Every day we come in, we say, good morning, how are you? How's your family? We learn about each other's lives and we become friends. As the day goes on, we engage in earnest debate about some of the most important policy decisions that affect Georgians. We win some, we lose some, and yeah, my side tends to lose a lot. But for those who don't know what it's like to be in the minority party, I'll put it to you this way. After a long, frustrating day, I go home. Sometimes I cry a little. I lose a little bit more of my sanity. And then I dust myself off. I get a good night's sleep, and I come back the next day to say to everyone here, good morning. How are you? How's your family? Why? Because I refuse to abandon my naive ideal that no matter what, at least we follow the rules here. We follow the rules, and when we lose fair and square. Just because I don't like the results does not mean that the process failed. But this bill is testing my resolve. I do not recognize what is happening here. And I suspect that neither do many of you. This bill was introduced originally as a piece of local legislation that, in accordance with our county bylaws, requires the approval of the majority of the delegation. We had a map, a very conservative map, in that we had a map that altered very little from the original map that's been in place for the past decade, which you can see on the screens here. Map number 1, the map we have now. Map number 2, the one that the delegation agreed to propose. And map number 3 is the one that we're considering here today, which radically reconstructs a county that governs nearly 1 million people. The delegation approved map, not map number 2 on the screen here, was available for public viewing for weeks. The county commission held 5 open houses on that map. The delegation held 2 public hearings, one in person and one virtual. The bill was then supposed to go through the Intergovernmental Coordination Committee and then onto the local calendar, just like every other local bill. For weeks, we in the delegation took in public comment. We posted the maps on social media. We fielded phone calls and emails from our constituents. We talked with our local municipal leaders, faith leaders, business leaders. Everything was done above board until it wasn't. Until the rules for local legislation were no longer being followed. And if the rules are not being followed, my friends, then the results of these proceedings have to be illegitimate. Without rules, there's no law and order. If there's no law and order, then we are simply living in a failed democratic republic. By even considering this bill today, we are effectively telling the public that corporate bylaws no longer have to be upheld, that HOA covenants no longer have to be enforced, that city charters no longer exist, and that contracts are no longer binding. That is not wisdom, justice, and moderation. That is foolishness, lawlessness, and chaos. I'll wrap up soon, but I'll leave you with this. When I first came into this chamber nearly 4 years ago, I came here with the intention of being honest, congenial, and open-minded. I've enjoyed making genuine friendships with members of both parties. We have sat together, we've shared meals together, we've gone through leadership training together. I've lent my voice and my vote to support some of the bills that were not popular in my party because I believed it was the right thing to do. And now I'm asking you to do the right thing too by voting no on this bill. If not because of the substance of it, then please do it because the procedural violations that we're witnessing now has cast a shadow over the entire bill. And I know that asking you to vote no is tough because it requires a level of courage that is uncomfortable for most of us. I know that some of y'all will never vote against your caucus, ever, and I get that. Some of y'all are afraid that if you vote against leadership, it could put your chairmanship or vice chair position at risk. I know that. But isn't democracy important enough to pay the price of temporary discomfort? None of us here serve a human master. We all take the same oath of office to uphold the laws and the constitutions of the United States and the state of Georgia, and by extension, the rules and bylaws of this House. These proceedings violate that oath. A no vote today is a vote to hit the pause button. A no vote today is a vote in favor of the rule of law. A no vote today makes you a friend of this chamber, both for the members serving here now and the ones that are yet to come. All we're asking for is that this chamber respects the rule of law, that we respect the bylaws that govern our county of nearly 1 million people, a county larger than 6 states. We're a large delegation, but we know our county well. And our local leaders have proven themselves trustworthy to lead our diverse community. Let's respect local control, local rules, and local processes. Let us do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And so, colleagues, both those sitting here in the chamber, I appreciate your time. I hope those in the break room can hear me. This is my ask of y'all. I am looking for approximately 15 brave souls among my Republican friends who know that what I'm saying is true, who are willing to do the right thing and vote no on this bill. Are you one of them? I certainly hope so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We'll now go to the minority report. 20 minutes by rule is allocated to the minority report, and the chair recognizes Representative Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to direct your attention to the local redistricting map at issue, which members of this body have apparently found so offensive that it has warranted unprecedented legislative action that undermines the integrity of House proceedings. On your left, you will see the current district boundaries for the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners that have been in effect for the past 10 years. In the middle, you will see the proposed map carefully drafted with public input from Gwinnett residents and voters over a 2-month period of time, unanimously passed by duly elected Gwinnett Board of Commissioners and supported by an overwhelming majority of representatives and senators who were elected by and for the purpose of serving all of the people of Gwinnett County. Accordingly, I rise to strongly urge each member of this House to vote no to the committee substitute for House Bill 873 for the following reasons. First, the Gwinnett Legislative Delegation and the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners conducted a fair process, one that was transparent, inclusive, and legally compliant in every way to produce a fair map, one that abides by traditional principles of redistricting, reflects the priorities of Gwinnett voters, and complies with all applicable federal and state law. Second, by voting no, you have an opportunity to demonstrate moral courage and put people and principle before political party. A no vote to this usurpation of local control would demonstrate allegiance to the principle of local control and home rule, which ensures the American people, that we the people, remain sovereign and have the freedom to govern ourselves as it should be in our democratic republic. Lastly, as it is not yet too late, I urge members of this House to vote no to protect the integrity of House proceedings. For the public record, I attest that the following timeline of events is a true and accurate statement of fact, which is supported by written documentation, which I would be more than happy to share with any member here, members of the media, and any court of law that may end up having jurisdiction over this matter. On Thursday, November 4, 2021, at 2:50 p.m. Eastern, as chair of the Gwinnett State House delegation, I sent an email to all members of the House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, who were members of the Gwinnett State House and Senate delegations, stating, to ensure all members of the Gwinnett State House and Senate have an opportunity to engage in local redistricting matters regarding the Gwinnett County Commission in a transparent and inclusive manner, which comport with principles of fair redistricting, I look forward to scheduling open meetings and public hearings per Article 2, Section 4 and 6, respectively, of the Gwinnett delegation's bylaws over the coming months after we get through special session. On Thursday, November 11, 2021, the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners announced by press release a series of open houses to provide information on local redistricting and to receive public input on what Gwinnett voters and residents prioritize and how district lines would be drawn. The first public open house took place on Wednesday, November 17, 2021 at the Duluth Branch Library in the city of Duluth, located in the northwestern part of Gwinnett County. 4 more open houses were conducted during the months of November and December 2021, including at the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center, located in the heart of the county seat of Lawrenceville, which is located, again, centrally in Gwinnett. The Centerville Senior Center in Snellville, Georgia, located in the south, and the Decula Park Activity Building, located in the city of Decula, which is in the east of the county. On Friday, December 17, 2021 at 5:42 p.m. Eastern Time, as chair, I sent another email to all members of the Gwinnett State House and Senate delegations, along with all local elected officials from the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners and the Gwinnett Board of Education, Republicans and Democrats, proposing a timeline for local redistricting to, quote, provide certainty on next steps and ensure there is a fair process to produce fair maps. In that December 17th email, I wrote that local ads would be published for the Board of Commissioners and the Gwinnett Daily Post on January 5th, 2022, and on January 10th, the first day of the 2022 legislative session, local legislation will be introduced with the Gwinnett Board of Commissioner and the Board of Education's proposals. I further made note that we would hold at least 2 public meetings in January 2022 to take into consideration public comment and feedback from members of the legislature to complete the process of local redistricting by the middle of February 2022 in cooperation with all members of the Gwinnett State House and Senate delegations. On Monday, December 20th, 2021 at 5:32 p.m. Eastern, the county attorney for Gwinnett sent an email to Gina Wright and Brian Knight, on which I was CC'd, with 5 attachments containing the Gwinnett County Commission District's redistricting map submission for technical review and certification by the Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Office in compliance with OCGA 281-14. On Tuesday, December 21st, 2021 at 8:39 a.m., Gina Wright acknowledged receipt of Gwinnett County's proposed map. After obtaining certification from the Georgia Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Office as required by Georgia state law, on Tuesday, January 4th, 2022, during the general business meeting, during their general business meeting, the Gwinnett County Board of Commissioners unanimously adopted the original map contained in House Bill 873 that makes minimal changes, again in the middle of the screen above you. Later that day at 7:58 p.m. Eastern, I received an email from Gwinnett County's lobbyist with 5 attachments providing all information and data for the proposed map. This was the first time I saw the proposed map for the Gwinnett County Board of Commissioners, which I then sent 2 hours later at 10:14 p.m. Eastern on January 4th to all members of the Gwinnett State House and Senate delegation, Democrats and Republicans, for their review and consideration. According to the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners, the proposed boundaries that make minimal changes to the current structure of local government in Gwinnett were based heavily on public input received during the 5 open houses conducted throughout Gwinnett County, north, south, east, and west. Those meetings indicated that Gwinnett voters and residents were most interested in the following components: voting precincts, cities, neighborhood divisions, school zones, and overlay districts such as community improvement districts. With this in mind, the Board of Commissioners drew a map that improved the integrity of each of these facets from the 2010 or current map. In regards to voting precincts, the district boundaries of the original map respect the county voting precincts with no splits. Per the state of Georgia's analysis, I do not know whether this new map in the committee substitute has any splits in voting precincts, as I've only seen this new map for the past 3 to 4 days since it was first published on Monday, January 31st, 2022. I have not been able to receive independent analysis to determine whether or not there are any voting precinct splits. As to cities, the 2021 proposed boundaries for the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners map respecting the existing city boundaries with a greater integrity than the current 2010 districts. The Board of Commissioners map, again in the middle, which we proposed, takes into consideration the growth of cities and any annexations that may have occurred, keeping intact and preserving the character area of every single one of Gwinnett's cities located in the north, south, east, and west. Although keeping cities together was the most important priority of Gwinnett voters and residents, this new map in the committee substitute splits 2 cities in Gwinnett County. The city of Sewanee is in 2 districts, and for some reason the committee city splits the county seat of Gwinnett, the city of Lawrenceville, into 3 of the 4 county commission districts. Regarding neighborhood divisions, the original map had some splits in neighborhood development across district lines due to growth of subdivisions. The proposed districts intentionally avoid splitting neighborhoods or character areas which share cohesiveness. If y'all did not know, Gwinnett is the suburbs. We got bedroom communities throughout the entire county, north, south, east, and west. Other than a verbal description of the need for a northern district in Gwinnett, which based on racial demographic information is majority white, that's just the facts, I am unaware whether the new map in the committee substitute preserves the character areas of neighborhoods throughout the entire county, again due to the lack of time provided for independent analysis and consideration. While school zones were affected by splits in the original map, again in the middle, the impact is reduced compared to the current composition of the districts on your left. Again, I do not know whether the map in this committee substitute improves the integrity of the current map as it relates to school zones. I would note that the map for the Gwinnett County Board of Education that has bipartisan support, as previously mentioned, makes minimal changes to the current structure, similar to the original map that was the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners proposal that has now been stripped away from House Bill 873. Lastly, as to overlay districts, the original map has 0 splits in Gwinnett County community improvement districts and overlay districts. The original map has minor splits for Gwinnett's tax allocation districts. It is unknown whether the new map in the committee substitute has taken any of the public's priorities into consideration other than partisanship as explicitly stated in public, which is closely tied to race, as voting is extremely racially polarized at this time. As to the demographic composition of the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners map, compared to the unilateral new map introduced earlier this week that is opposed by the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners and more than 2/3 of state elected officials who represent Gwinnett County, the county's carefully crafted and vetted legally compliant map ensures that every Gwinnetian who calls Gwinnett home, regardless of the district they reside in, has an equal opportunity to elect their candidate of choice and have a seat at the table in their local government. Each of the 4 districts in the original map are demographically representative of Gwinnett County as a whole. Based on the 2020 census, Gwinnett County is 35.4% white, 29.8% black, 21.7% Latino, 12.5% Asian, and 0.6% other. To make sure we are comparing apples to apples, based on the population summary of the voting age population of those 18 years and older, as there is no single racial majority in Gwinnett County, the original map does not create any district that has a majority of one race to the detriment of any other. Instead, the original map creates a plurality white district with 42.23% of white voters over the age of 18, a plurality black district of 40.03%, a plurality Latino district with 32.61%, and a near plurality Asian American district in Gwinnett of 22.4%. On the other hand, despite publicly stating multiple times that the committee substitute's new map does not create a majority white district in the most diverse county in Georgia, based on the population summary from the Georgia Legislative Congressional Office of Gwinnett residents over the age of 18, the new committee substitute does just that, creating a district with 50.82% of white voters in the most diverse district in the state of Georgia. This new map that one member of the Gwinnett delegation has forced through the legislative process further dilutes the voting power of minority communities, decreasing the plurality black district to 37.75%, the plurality Latino district is decreased to 29.95%, and Asian American representation is decreased to 19.42% respectively. To create this majority white voting district in Gwinnett, this new map took white voters out of all the other districts, increased black and Latino voters in 3 other districts, and decreased Asian American representation in 3 of the 4 new districts compared to the original map. That is what y'all are voting on today. Going back to our original timeline, after HB 873 was introduced on January 10th, 2022, we had our first public meeting on the local map on Thursday, January 13th, 2022. By this time, all members of the Gwinnett State House and Senate had an opportunity to review the map from the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners for 9 days. With members from both parties present, there was no negative feedback on the Gwinnett Board of Commissioners map at this time. On Sunday, January 16, 2022 at 2:25 p.m. Eastern, I sent an email to all members about the second joint committee meeting to be held on Wednesday, January 19th at 7 p.m. Eastern. I noted that as of 2 p.m. that day, no member of the Gwinnett State House or Senate delegations contacted me regarding any concerns or proposals for amendments. On Wednesday, January 19th, 2022, by our second meeting, all Gwinnett legislators had 15 days to review the proposal and submit any amendments. It was during this meeting that for the first time, members of the Gwinnett House or Senate made their concerns or objections known to me and the public. So during that meeting, I respectfully asked members who had concerns to provide me in writing any proposed amendments for consideration. None were forthcoming. As y'all may know, on Monday, January 24, 2022, Chair of Governmental Affairs made a motion to move House Bill 873 from Intergovernmental Coordination to Governmental Affairs, and what I assert is violation of House Rule 18.2, which states that once local legislation has been signed by the requisite local delegation members under Rule 18.1, the legislation shall be favorably reported as a matter of course without the necessity of action by the committee unless otherwise ordered by the chairman or the committee. Despite the fact that HB 873 had the requisite signatures and should have been automatically added to the local calendar or called to Intergovernmental Coordination Committee for additional action by the chair, for the first time in decades, For the first time in decades, a local redistricting bill was taken out of the regular legislative process and treated as general legislation, which I have publicly asserted is a clear deviation from the regular process that is evidence of racially discriminatory intent in violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. 1 week later, on Monday, January 31st, 2022, members of the Gwinnett delegation and the public saw a new map that would completely redraw the district lines for the Gwinnett County Board of Commissioners with radical changes. In particular, this northern district, which has not existed for at least the past 10 years, if not longer. The full Committee of Governmental Affairs then met at 8 a.m. on Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, which is not during their regular meeting time, and without first having a subcommittee meeting, which is a regular process, and passed this new map that was made public for less than 24 hours even though, as the author of HB 873, I respectfully asked to withdraw the bill for consideration or amendment by the committee. In less than 24 hours, the Rules Committee then met at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, February 2nd, and on a partisan vote, moved the committee substitute to the House floor without my consent, although I remained the original author at the time of the underlying bill. Now we find ourselves in this unprecedented situation that undermines the integrity of House proceedings, debating a local bill that does not have the support of the local delegation, that allows for tyranny of the minority. For decades, every local redistricting bill has been treated and passed as local legislation, not as general legislation. Local legislation should require the approval of a majority of elected officials who represent the locality as required by House Rule 18. This ensures that the people of Georgia who are impacted by the actions of politicians retain the ability to hold their elected officials accountable. Undermining local control removes the ability of Georgians to hold politicians accountable for their actions that affect or impact the locality they reside in. If this body decides not to respect local control, especially as to local redistricting, know that you are actively engaged in subverting and undermining democratic norms and processes created to safeguard the foundational American principle that the people are sovereign, that the people, that voters hold ultimate power in this country, not politicians and definitely not political parties. Undermining local control and the will of the majority of voters in any county, but certainly in the second largest county in the state of Georgia, sets a dangerous precedent that will open the door and justify politicians from any majority party, Republican or Democrat, from around the state to get involved in the affairs of local matters in your district and mine, in your home and mine, in a manner where politicians will not be held accountable to Georgians for their actions. So I respectfully and strongly urge each of you to vote no to this usurpation of local control to demonstrate respect to Georgia voters who live in Gwinnett County. I urge you to vote no to protect the integrity of the proceedings of this House, such that this body does not establish a dangerous precedent that will forever allow any majority party to undermine the will of Georgia voters in an unaccountable manner. And I strongly urge you to vote no to ensure that in our great state of Georgia, we, the people, have the freedom and the power to govern ourselves. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, and if there are none, Mr. Speaker,
You
I
have
will
no
yield the well.
questions, and your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield the well.
We'll move on now to the chairman's time. Chair recognizes Chairman Darlene Taylor for the chair's time, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can report that House Bill 873 was fully vetted in our committee. The maps presented were approved by the Legislative and Congressional Office as meeting the legal requirements. All sides of this issue were given time to speak. All of those present and members on Zoom also were heard. This bill was passed out favorably, and I'm going to yield part of my time to the author of the bill. To the author of the bill? Okay, Bonnie Rich. Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, I actually am going to yield my time to Chairman Chuck.
You need to yield back to the chair.
Oh, I will yield back to the chair.
Thank you. I will yield my time right now to Chairman F. Estration.
Chair recognizes Chairman F. Stration for the chairman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I want to thank Chairman Taylor for allowing me some time here to speak today. Of course, I represent a portion of Gwinnett County. I'm honored to do so. Gwinnett County is my home, and I've followed this process very closely. I've also previously served as delegation chairman, and I'm sensitive to the number of members that we have in Gwinnett County and the important concerns and questions that we have to raise. You know, the process here really started when the County Commission met with legislators, or had an opportunity to meet with legislators, not everyone came, in early December. We met over near the, I'm going to be brief today. I'm just going to hit the high points here because I think you all understand this issue and this discussion is important. But we met to hear from the county commissioners, and at that opportunity, the understanding was, the representation that was made was that there would be a placeholder bill put in. There'd be language with filler, with an opportunity for discussion to take place. The 5 hearings that the County Commission conducted that you've heard about today, that Representative previously, I think she misspoke saying that this map was considered at those 5 community meetings. That's incorrect. The map was proposed after those 5 meetings had occurred. The map was first approved by the commission in January, and the sponsor of the original bill here introduced it on the first day of the legislative session without any bipartisan co-sponsorship and without any opportunity given for bipartisan co-sponsorship. So I can just speak to when I served as chair of the delegation, but we would have meetings, we would discuss important issues that were coming up, the county's requests. If any member had any concerns with it, we'd have an opportunity to vet that fully and discuss it, informally or formally in a county delegation meeting. And that just simply didn't take place prior to the introduction of House Bill 873. The discussion that did occur, what was assured just wasn't followed through upon. Now, I also want to cover there's been talk today about the opportunities that were sent for comment, for requests for amendment, things like that. Of course, until you know what the proposal is, it's very difficult to discuss where you would want an adjustment or a concern that maybe a proposed district isn't compact as it needs to be. And what happened was, after the commission approved the map and the original sponsor introduced the bill, there was one public hearing for that. There was one meeting where the public was allowed to give comments, and it was about both the commission and the Board of Education, and there were many members of the Gwinnett County public who showed up to express concerns and problems with the proposed map. This second meeting that was discussed concerning the delegation, that was not a second opportunity for public comment. That was a discussion amongst legislators who were to consider this proposal. And at that meeting, a distinguished member of this body, a Republican colleague of mine, Representative Tom Kirby, asked if we could have additional time to discuss proposed amendments to this, and the chairman of the delegation denied that request, declined to give additional time so that that could be addressed internally within Gwinnett County. We're here today because of the procedural issues that we've had. The school board map that's proposed by the Democrat majority school board in Gwinnett, Republican members support. That was put before members of the public in a survey form where they could pick between 2 choices. Public simply did not have the degree of opportunity for input on the map that my Democrat colleagues are requesting that has been, I think, asserted here today. Now, with respect to the substantive concerns, I represent northern eastern part of Gwinnett County. When I look at a map that includes a community that I currently represent, Decula, then wraps around the county seat to include the southern central parts of the county, I can very clearly, living in Gwinnett County, I know that I could not drive that distance in under an hour. I mean, that is a huge area with incredibly different needs and concerns. Just taking transportation into mind, which is something I'm always mindful of, traffic congestion and roadway safety. We have so many different concerns and focuses in the Decula area as opposed to the Centerville area. It is, I think that compactness is particularly important when considering the map that's been proposed before you here today. To allow districts to have such an extended part of the county without being compact is going to place the future county commissioner in really the impossible task of having to prioritize so many different needs within his or her position, part-time position as a county commissioner in a district. There was discussion here today that that the ultimate question here for you today is one of openness. And what I would submit to you here today is the legislative process that's been employed here is under the House rules and is consistent with our precedent of allowing debate and discussion to take place within committees. And that is in true contrast to the process with which the delegation utilized. I'd encourage your favorable vote on House Bill 873, both because procedurally this is in accordance with what is best going forward. It's what is best for the communities in Gwinnett County. It has afforded an opportunity for discussion and debate as we're having here today in the House chamber, but also it prioritizes issues of compactness, communities of interest, important responsibilities that county commissioners will ultimately need to consider. That is best situated with the map that is before you now, HB 873. I'd ask for your favorable consideration, and Mr. Speaker, at this time I'll yield back the balance of the time to the committee chair, Chairman Taylor.
Chairman Illustration has waived the balance of his time to the chair of the committee, Chairman Darlene Taylor.
I yield the remainder of my time to Chairman Rich.
Chair recognizes Chairman Rich for the balance of the chairman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. I will keep this very brief. I want to point out on the slides that you have on the screens, on the left-hand side is the map that is proposed by the Democratic delegation, and on the right-hand side of the screen is the map that I worked with our reapportionment office to draw in order to fairly represent all of the communities of interest in Gwinnett County. As you can see, just by looking at the map that I worked with reapportionment to draw is compact. There is no gerrymandering in this map, unlike the map that is proposed by the Democratic delegation, which divides the top 1/3 of the county into 3 of the 4 county commission districts. I encourage your favorable consideration for House Bill 873, and I thank you very much for your time.
The previous question has been ordered. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? What purpose does Representative Park rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
Pursuant to Rule 87, I move to lay House Bill 873 on the table.
All right. There's a motion to table. All those in favor of the motion to table House Bill 873 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 66, the ayes are 98, and the motion to table has failed. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Jasmine Clark rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Is it not true that the chairman that just got up and spoke talked about how Decula and Centerville should not be in the same district, and even the map that we're voting on today, Decula and Centerville are in the same district?
Well, everybody had an opportunity to listen to the presentations, all of them, so I'm not going to repeat any of those. What purpose does Representative McLean rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Does any state legislator do local maps? I'll correct it, I'll say it slower. The author said that the Democratic delegation presented a map. So did the Democratic delegation from Gwinnett County, did we produce the map that was presented? Which is my inquiry.
You should know that as well as I do. I mean, I'm not going to try to get into that kind of question. All right, we're going to do one more parliamentary inquiry. Chair recognizes Chairman Setzler for a. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Isn't it true that every map, requires a majority vote of the House, majority vote of the Senate, and a signature of the governor? This idea of local delegation rules is a shortcut if there's consensus, but this body voting on these maps as a whole is the way our system works, and it applies to every single map, and what we're doing here is just a fair reflection of that process.
I think that addresses itself to the judgment of each member. All right, the final one will be to the minority leader, Leader Beverly. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't that true that according to the handbook that we get, handbook for Georgia legislators, that no local bill can be converted to a general bill by means of amendment or substitution? And today, we just violated that handbook.
I think we're past that point in the process, Mr. Leader. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 873. The ayes are 96, the nays are 70, and this bill has received the requisite constitutional majority. What purpose does Chairman Rich rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we immediately transmit House Bill 873 to the Senate.
Chairman Rich has moved that House Bill 873 be immediately transmitted to the Senate. Is there objection? There is objection. Does the lady move?
Yes, I do.
The lady moves. All those in favor of the motion for immediate transmittal will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion for immediate transmittal, the ayes are 96, the nays are 70, and this bill has been immediately transmitted to the state Senate. What purpose does Representative Earhart rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that House Bill 1028 be moved from intergovernmental coordination to government affairs.
Both chairs agree?
Yes.
All right, the clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1028 by Representative Earhart of the 36th and others to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Cobb County.
On the lady's motion that House Bill 1028 be moved from the Intergovernmental Coordination Committee to the Governmental Affairs Committee, is there objection? There is objection. Does the lady move? Lady moves. All those in favor of the motion for transferring House Bill 1028 from intergovernmental coordination to government affairs will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
So Misha Mainers requires a 2/3 vote.
What purpose does Representative McLaurin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the energy that this building is full of right now is the energy of a majority that would really like to date certain counties, but those counties don't want to date you back?
That's good rhetoric, Representative. I got to hand it to you. Let's see. What purpose does Representative Park rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Rule 143 to ask for reconsideration on House Bill 873.
You're out of order. Motion is not recognized. Have all members voted? Have all members voted on the Earhart motion? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion on House Bill 1028, the ayes are 97, the nays are 68, and this bill has been moved to the Governmental Affairs Committee. What purpose does Representative Maynor rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Representative Maynor has moved that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee. The clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Maynor of the 56th to be entitled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County.
Is there any objection to the motion? There is objection. There is objection. I hear you. And we're going to vote. This vote will require a 2/3 vote. 2/3 vote. On Representative Maynor's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended to allow a bill to be read for the first time and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does the Minority Caucus Whip, Representative Wilkerson, rise? He waves. What purpose does Representative Dreyer rise? He waves. Have all members voted on the Maynor motion? Have all members voted? If so, the Clerk will lock the machine. On the motion, the ayes are 97, the nays are 63. The motion has failed. I guess you can come in Monday and introduce it now. So, all right, we got some bills that need to be first read and assigned to committee. Clerk will read.
Now you got to give them the option to object to it. Just say if there's no.
All right, the clerk is going to read a number of local bills. Clerk is going to read a number of local bills. If there is no objection, the bills will be assigned to the Intergovernmental Coordination Committee. Is there objection? There is objection. So we're not going to take those up today. You might want to come and look and see whose bills they are, by the way. Okay. We have a resolution we need to take up. And it will be House Resolution 705. Clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 705 by Representative Burns, 159th, and others, calling a joint session of the House of Representatives and the Senate for the purposes of hearing a message from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of the House to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, as our custom is, long-standing, we invite the justices of the Supreme Court and the Appellate Court of Georgia to come to this chamber along with the Senate, and it will be on February the 8th. Lucky day 13 for us to hear those riveting comments. But nevertheless, we will hear from the State of the Judiciary next Tuesday, February the 8th, and I would ask for your support for House Resolution 705 for the State of the Judiciary of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the resolution.
Now, you've heard the resolution. Is there any objection to House Resolution 705? Chair hears no objection, and the resolution is adopted. Clerk will read the caption. Oh, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes. What purpose does the Majority Leader rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that we immediately transmit House Resolution 705 to the Georgia Senate.
Majority Leader has moved that House Resolution 705 be immediately transmitted to the Senate. Is there objection? Chair hears no objection, and it is so ordered. The clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Commending Raymond No, Loganville High School's 2022 star student. Commending Noah Ann Brow, Loganville Christian Academy's 2022 star student. Commending Delilah Kirby, Monroe Area High School's 2022 star student. Commending Bella Rose Delu, Walnut Groves High School's 2022 star student. Commending McFarland and Gerard Jeffrey, Georgia Walton Academy's 2022 star student. Commending Harley Bass Social Circles High School's 2022 star student. Commending Connor Charles Shelton, Victory Baptist School's 2022 star student. Recognizing and commending Hemophilia of Georgia. Recognizing and commending Mayor Carlos Scoot Duffy. Recognizing and commending the Brunswick African American Cultural Center. Recognizing the rise of cardiovascular disease as the world's leading cause of preventable death. Recognizing and commending the Georgia Building Trade Academies for celebrating its 7th National Apprenticeship Week. Honoring the life and memory of Elder Cal Merrill, the Happy Preacher. Recognizing and commending Nathaniel Q. Smith, Jr., the Partnership for Southern Equity, recognizing the 73rd anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognizing February 10th, 2022 as New Americans Day at the state capitol, honoring Georgia court-appointed special advocates, and recognizing February 10th, 2022 as CASA Day at the state capitol, recognizing February as National Cancer Prevention Month, and honoring the partnerships between Georgia agencies and organizations to collectively fight cancer, recognizing and commending Kofer's Home and Garden, recognizing and commending Carol H. Burrell, recognizing and commending Douglas Weems Hanson, honoring and recognizing Georgia's career, technical, and agricultural education programs, congratulating Lee and Nancy Warren on the occasion of their 69th wedding anniversary, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none and the resolutions are adopted. We only have one member who signed up for an announcement, and the chair recognizes Representative McLean for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Working Family Caucus, the box lunches are in room 328 CLOB, room 328 CLOB. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we have no further announcements. Well, listen up. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of the House for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand in recess until 4 p.m. today, then stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, February the 7th, 2022.
Majority Leader has moved that this House be in recess until 4 p.m. today, at which time we would be adjourned until Monday, February 7 at 10 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. This House will be in recess until 4 p.m. and we will be adjourned then until Monday, February the 7th, 2022.